I don't know. Okay, you couldn't hear me. Sorry about that. Hey, what's going on, guys? Sorry about the long delay in getting started. I see you over there, unemployment application, and Gabe Bland. Thank you for stopping by. I know you had to go to bed. Tonight we're going to be fixing stuff because we've got stuff broken in the game and we need to fix it before we can move on. So, kinda need to do that. So let me actually get situated here real quick because I was trying to do a bunch of stuff before I got started. Instead of like postponing for 30 minutes, I decided to go for it. Let's see if I can make it on time. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump on in here. Still really getting set up here. Oh man, I didn't set up my avatar. I knew I forgot something. Well, it's set up. I didn't fully set him up. Let me get him in there. No, don't do that. This is what I can get for Russian. There we go. All right. Get situated here. Yeah, sorry I missed you unemployed application, but thank you for stopping by. All right, So before we get started, I want to kind of go back to what we did last time, where we left off. Which I hadn't even started Unity yet, so that's another problem. We gotta fix that. One second while that's getting started. Did I forget anything else? Before we get started, did I forget anything else? Oh, by the way, we are doing our charity run, our charity, what do we even call it? Our charity spotlight for QC Family Tree. A group that does work in the Charlotte area. They do help people with housing in the Charlotte area, mostly the western area of Charlotte. And they, excuse me. They help people with housing. I had to cough there. They help people with housing, and we wanted to just see if we can just do a little bit of a donation. Raise a little bit of money for them. What I would like to do is hit the goal by the end of the month. It's not that big a goal. So I am considering a couple things to do. We'll see. But I really would like to see if we can hit that goal by the end of the month. There we go. All right. Actually, let's do another one. Let's do another area. Or do another level. So that's one thing. Now, one of the things we got to fix is we don't want that to happen when we do a single. We only want to do it. We only want the chain stuff to happen when you have an actual chain, and that includes the shaking, the camera shake. So two things I did was last time was the camera shake. That is connected to how long your chain is, how many plants you destroy actually. And excuse me, got a cough again. All right. So the more plants you destroy, the bigger the destruction. So I'm gonna build this out. The other thing I worked on was an accelerated destruction. Essentially a destruction acceleration where, like, the bigger your chain, the faster the destruction happens. So I'm trying to test both of these here by making just kind of the longest chain I can. Another thing we probably have to end up fixing too is how some of these interact with some of these planets interact with each other. Like they should not push each other when they're in orbit. Oh, let's go come over here and go ahead and finish it off. Oh, dang it. Well, that's sealed off pretty much. So you can kind of mess yourself up. Gotta figure out why that's happening. That should not happen. That felt kind of satisfying. That's weird. Okay, that was weird. It started at the end at some point. Huh. I almost want to take that acceleration out and try again. And that's another thing we're going to have to fix, stuff like this. And the fact that this is going to break if I pick another level. Yeah, that we definitely have to fix. But I think I know what we need to do. But first, I kind of want to get rid of that acceleration. I don't like the way it works right now, and I don't think it works well. Destruction acceleration. Or at least we'll look at it and see if maybe we can make some improvements, but I don't want to spend all night on it because we definitely have other things to do. I don't know what. I hate when it I hate when the editor redoes all my formatting. That looks terrible to me. I almost just want to go through and fix it just to fix it. I might just do that because I can't stand looking at it like that. I think my code is the code I need to fix is in there anyway. Isn't it? It's down here. Yeah, because that's why I formatted it last time. Ugh. Adding in these extra lines too. It's just why? Some people don't even like the fact that I add in this line underneath the inside of an if statement. I know where I currently work, they don't even they have their code what do you call it? Their code style sheet. They don't even allow you to have like this. And this just makes me feel claustrophobic, like it's just everything is on top of each other. And it kind of is, but I'm saying like it does minimize space though. So you don't have like these run on just these like intensely spaced out pages that don't like have a lot in them. At least looks better to me. Because I believe the acceleration issue we saw where it was ending from the other end is because it hits like the bottom value of this. And then everything just ends up being 0.5 seconds, 0.05 seconds. What happened if we just up that, like, probably wouldn't, it probably wouldn't just, it probably, the acceleration would probably be so slow it wouldn't even matter. Headphones, excuse me, just my headphones. I don't want to do the other level. Just checking to see how that looks when it's just one. Again, we're going to stop it from doing that. And I don't think I see any difference. I feel like I started to see it at the end. What's up, Green Coder? How you doing tonight, man? Here, let me show you what I got to last time. It's 4 a.m. for you, man. So, are you watching me before you go to work or something? Like, what do you be doing? What is it at 4 a.m. that attracts you to watch me? So I show you a little bit of this. I said attracts. Like what makes you want to watch me at 4 a.m. in the morning? So you got a little bit of a screen shake there, and it increases the more planets you got. You never heard of the word attract, or you have never heard it in that used in that way? I don't know. I was watching other streams and then I saw that you were online. Okay. So I've been saying, so you watch streams at like 4 in the morning? You never heard somebody use that way? I got you. It's probably a cultural thing too. Probably something Americans say more than anybody. You're probably like me. I usually go to bed around 4 in the morning these days, especially after a stream, because I'm usually done on here. I mean, I probably right now I'm getting done about. I try to cut off at worst at 2:30 in the morning, and then I'm still like kind of wired, and I want to like work on something else. Usually, so I stay up another like a couple hours. Oh, you made a. Oh, you're coding. Okay, cool. So you're making a new PHP framework. Okay, so what's the beauty of this one? Every framework's got to have a catch to it. So what's your catch? What do you do best? Or what does it do best compared to other frameworks? See, I may want to stop that, man. I don't know. I can't tell that's a bug or a feature. If that acceleration is happening, it's really slow. I want a component-based framework with an option for multiple apps in one project. Oh, nice. Okay. So are you hate switching? Are you hate switching? Okay. So are you looking at it like it's are you building almost like a component-based layer over top of PHP, essentially? Because I use PHP as well. I freelance PHP. Let me try this again. Oh, actually, hold on. Let me stop. Let me change that number. This is the last time I'm gonna do this because I'm not gonna stay on this all night. I need to switch to something else. And I keep saying that and I'll be doing it 2 hours later. Still doing it 2 hours later. I have no controller, modeler, folder, or anything like that. Okay, so no MVC. I'm thinking for a so I'm trying to think of it like as yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking of it as like React does. If you're familiar, React essentially allows you to make pages components that you can pull into other pages. Is that kind of what you're going for? Not for the user interface. Okay. So the interface is its own separate layer, and everything else are components of the user layer. That's what I'm kind of imagining it is. Oh, user interface is optional, sure. Right, but I'm saying like it's its own layer. If you have a user interface, I'm guessing that's the layer, and then you put your components into that. But your components can just be, you know, kind of used together to make a functional application. User interface is just if you want an interface for someone to use. It can just be a PHP application is what I'm thinking that works as. You can return view, Jason. Okay, cool. Because when I was doing my RevCom Suite stuff with the that was essentially I was using as netcode, I had a PHP component in there for server interactions. So it could communicate with server pages if you needed to. So I'd done something similar. One has everything you need, controllers, modelers, and other classes. Okay. All apps are also sharing components. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like a page essentially is a component, and any app can pull it in, but you can also have apps under apps. That's what I'm thinking you're going with that, because essentially it counts as what React does. App can access a shard, a core, or library. Nice. All right. Yeah. So what is the ultimate plan with it? Are you going to release it like an open source, or are you going to try, or is this kind of a something you're going to release as an application, or not application, but you're going to release commercially? Okay. A library is also separate, absolutely separate. It may be a bit special. Okay. But I think it will be better than Symfony or Laravel in software architecture quality. Okay. Well, just keep me updated on what you're planning to do with it, man. It sounds interesting. Still feels really slow and doesn't like it's not accelerating. I am going to make a change to that value, but I'm not going to test it again. We'll just see later if that made a difference. All right. So next thing I want to do is start fixing the stuff with the levels, changing levels. What I want here, what I need to do here is not have these set up as individual levels. This almost needs to be a singleton that I apply the values to and have it reset everything. Let's see how about that. I wouldn't reset everything. I need to keep it as instanced. but I do need a better way to hold those settings and apply them. So you think all frameworks restrict users too much? In the end, you can't really compose classes because they don't really fit anywhere. Well, so every every framework has what it's geared towards, and so it's philosophy. It's philosophy is what I want to say. And so certain things just don't fit in that philosophy. Like you compare, I keep going back to JS because I've done a lot more with JS professionally than PHP. You compare React versus what am I thinking of? Versus my mind is going a blank. What is the JS library I'm thinking about right now? jQuery. Okay. Well, jQuery is a library. So React and jQuery are libraries. They're JS libraries, right? So jQuery is all about DOM manipulation, while React is about state control. And so if you want, if you concentrate on DOM manipulation, then you kind of don't care about state control. You're just allowing people to change things. You know, excuse me, I got a cough again. Jeez. All right, back to what I was saying. You allow people to directly manipulate the DOM and stuff, where React is all about manipulating the DOM based off of conditions. So one philosophy is different than the other, and so they tackle it in different ways. I just want a separation of logic and data. Components should be one task, which should be separated into classes and be composable. Ultimately, one component should enable everything. Ultimately, one component should. Yeah, your entry component. Okay, and the only important thing is what the interface looks like in order to address the component. Okay. Yeah, and that's just like I said, that's your philosophy on it. And I'm sure Laravel has another philosophy on it. I'm not familiar with the PHP frameworks, but I'm sure Laravel has its own philosophy about how it wants to do it. And what's it? Code. What is that? Code. I've done Cake PHP and I didn't like it, but like they have a different way of doing things. So yeah. It's just what your philosophy is and what you're going for. So like I said, it'd be interesting to see it when you get like to a point where you want to show it off. But you don't like models either? Well, what's the issue with models though? I mean, it's just, I do MVC for my day job. I do MVC type work in Spring Boot, which is, it's just MVC. Spring Boot is MVC, but it's just models are just for holding data. instance data objects. I want different. So you want to go directly with, so you want to skip the model layer and go directly from the transfer through service into the data. Am I right? You don't want to actually hold data in the mid layer. Is that what I'm getting at? Because as far as I understand it, your table definition and your entities are just for interacting with the database, and then your DTL is for sending data back to your endpoint or whatever, your destination. Am I correct in that thought? So you just don't want to hold data in the mid layer. Which there's something to be said for that, and there's something to be said for the way MVC does it. Because if you need to hold that data for something, like for the multiple operations, then going back to the database kind of pointless. I mean, you would be wasting time if you had to do multiple data operations on the same data. You could just hold the models and do the work, and then do whatever, instead of having to keep going back to the database and pulling that data for every operation. Now, I've seen it where it's been abused too. I've seen where people are holding data for very long periods of time that they don't need to hold on to. So that's why I can see your version of it without the model. But there's something to be said for MVC's way of doing it as well. That can be pretty efficient. In my opinion, databases have nothing to do with OOPS or the real world sense separation between table definitions. Okay, in my opinion, databases have nothing to do with OOPS. Well, true, or real world. I'm not sure what that means. Since the separation between table definitions. Hence the separation between table definitions. So I'm trying to understand, when you say table definitions, you're keeping the metadata on the table in the mid tier, so you know how to interact with it, which, Spring Boot does that as well, if I'm sure. So MVC, that version of MVC does it as well, if I'm correct. Yeah, your data operation, your OOPS can be completely separate, but MVC, Spring Boot uses MVC where it incorporates OOPS into the data layer. So it will pull things. You have to have like your data object structured just like, say, the data you're pulling, and then it fills in the rest. So you're doing it different than they're doing it, where they're having a OOP as a data connection. Database tables are purely technical representations. Entities are real objects, since as customers' invoices are technically adaptation. Oops. Oop. Purely technical representations. Okay, sure. Entities are real objects, sure. But you're extrapolating your real object from a technical representation, such as, but also in your database you can have a customer object in there as a table, but it's just a list of data of customer objects in the table. I mean, right? No, I get what you're saying. I'm thinking of it like a data engineer. A data engineer would see that as not just a representation. That data represents an object, the components of an object. But I see what you're saying. Database tables are pure. I'm reading it again just so I make sure I understand what you're saying. Database tables are purely technical representations. True. Entities are real objects. True. DTOs are technical adaptation, and they're all technical adaptations. Yeah. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. It's just you're the way you're applying it though is you don't want to hold. If I'm right, tell me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong about this, you don't want to hold data in the mid tier. Data is usually fragmented entities and also contain a lot of foreign data. Also, strange types tables for you, like the application. You don't want to hold the data in the application. Because without a model, I'm thinking you're not holding the data. The data is passing through the application instead of being held to do operations or stuff on it and then released. Right, and like I was saying, MVC has something to be said for its efficiency in doing that. With your way, you have to keep going back to the database, which is fine if you're not doing multiple operations on the same set of data. If you don't expect to operate like that. And when I say mid-tier, like your database is your back end, your applications your middle tier, and then your interface will be your front end. The logic should not recognize state. It should work. It should work functionally, so to speak. I mean, that's the way to look at it. Some things want to actually know state. I think there are a lot of reasons you will want to know state. But it's a way to, like, your way is not wrong. It's just a different way of thinking about it. The DTOs have the state. But then you're just using your DTOs as a model? Well, you're not hanging on to them though. You're passing them out. You're creating your DTO and passing it out to the front end or to your destination, I'm guessing. They are basic models, but thin models without any logic. Right, exactly. You're not separating out what's coming from the database from what's going out. That's where the MVC happens, where the model comes off the back end. And then they extrapolate the operations happen on the model into the DTO. Well, entities into model into DTO. Yeah, I see what you're saying though. All right, let's see. Talking about data objects, I'm gonna have to make one here. I don't need to get too in depth because it just needs to pass. Then what do we do about like stuff like this? Let me think here. Yeah, because we can have other data as well. Maybe we do something utilities for this. Because I also need to kind of decide how I'm going to store my level information anyway. It usually doesn't work when you pretend that a table is a model. The model cannot impose restrictions that are universally valid. Despite components, different components can have completely different requirements for a model. Therefore, I think it makes more sense each component to use its own DTO instead of a model that tries to combine different requirements. This also reduces maintainability of components. So here's the thing then. So a model isn't, okay. One of the reasons you have a separation of model and DTO is because model is just the unchangeable record that you pulled from the database. A DTO can go through multiple operations. Well, the multiple operations can happen on an entity that then goes into a DTO. So are you telling me that you're updating data that you're pulling from the database in the DTO is essentially your model you're pulling data into. So are you saying then you're updating that data and then sending it out? Because that's kind of what I would imagine is happening. Because you're not holding on to any data. You're literally just passing it through, grabbing it, doing operations, and passing it out. Yeah, that's what I kind of figured. Yeah, you're what do you call it? I don't almost say like you're anti-state, like you're against state, but you're against you're functional. You're let me think how I want to say this. Your API or library, your library, it's just going to be about functional operations. Functional oops operations. Somehow what I do is functional okay, yes, exactly. Button oops. Yes. Okay, that's exactly what I was just about to say. That's literally exactly what I was about to say. So yeah, we're on the same page. Data is not processed procedurally either. It's not processed procedurally. I'm not sure I get what that means. I think I need to make an internal class here. I have built a collection that initially accepts the data and then provides high order functions that require functions as parameters. Okay, so you have callback functions for the operation, but my question is going to be, how do you know what data to pull? Like, how do you know, like, say if I want to pull, if I have what's a good way to put it? If I need to pull data from several tables with different associations, how do I tell it to go pull that data? Then I send it the operations I want to perform on that data, or I set the functions I want it to perform on the data, which reminds me of Scala, and then I get the result of that. But how do I initially tell it what data to pull? Because after I pull the data, then I'll set up the function to call. It can be done. So you're sending HTML. I'm sorry, not HTML. You're sending SQL directly into your library. It was not a library. It was sorry, what did you call it? Your framework to your framework. So you're sending SQL, I call it a repository. Okay. But I'm saying, like, you're having them send SQL into your framework that pulls the data, and then you have them set the operations they want to be ran on it, and then have it sent back and send the resulting data back out. Am I correct? So the problem I would have with that is, what happens if, okay, you send a SQL in, how does it know? I guess it just pulls the fields directly out of the SQL you sent to know what to put in the DTO? Okay. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it feels a little odd to do, but I'm guessing it works. I'm guessing it works well. Sneaky. What is that? Sneaky Lissafos? How you doing, man? Hope you're having a good night tonight. You've been hearing our talk on, like, frameworks and OOP and all that stuff, and MVC. Tell me about yourself, Sneaky. Are you a game dev? But first, how are you tonight? Are you doing well? Oh, okay. Very cool. I'm sorry I haven't met you because I have not gone to one of those in a month or so. So Green Coder, if you're probably not aware, but there's a local game dev meetup that I go to. I usually go to called Pixels and Potions. Well, I appreciate you checking me out, man. Are you working on anything right now? What's your engine of choice? And honestly, I'm normally, I started out as part of the Charlotte Game Makers, and then they kind of connected into the Pixel and Potion stuff. But I've gone there I used to go fairly frequently until recently. Just life happened, so I haven't been able to go lately. But while you're here, I can show you my game. You should work with entities whenever possible for performance reasons. Details from also makes sense. Okay. Oh, you're headed out tonight, man? I mean, you're about to head out? I'm just kind of punting around random side projects. I was working on a little Rust app. Oh, okay. That kind of created static. Oh, just added some interactivity. Nice, nice. Okay. So you're low level programming your games. You're not actually using an engine. So this is Gravitas right here. This is a arcade game where you create planets and then you can chain them together and destroy them for points and multipliers. So right now, that's going to sit there and get some points for me. And things have gravity and they will pull things together. Sorry, Red Vaccination did random noises, then patterns emergence from that. Okay, okay. I've done something like that. I used to game program in C. Or was it C++? It's been a very long time. I know it was DirectX. I know that much. And yeah, I did something similar to where I was essentially, I programmed it to actually hit the you program how the pixels are how the pixels are set. Back then, you could get down to that level of the pixel colors and how long to show the pixel colors and all that stuff. And so yeah, I did a little bit of that as well. And see, if I touch a red one, it's going to destroy it. I missed it. Dang it. And so you get the multiplier and the points. And so you got an objective here. Oh, thank you, thank you. Can't really see. I need to clean this up a little bit. Well, that's kind of what I was doing tonight, just cleaning some of this stuff up. But I have to get a score of 5,000, and I can only do it in 5 chains or less. And I've already destroyed 1 chain. Oops. How did that happen? Something I gotta figure out some of these issues that they got going on. Well, that's one of the things I was looking at tonight. I'm kind of testing it right now. I'm trying to make this as long as I can to see some of the things I wrote, kind of see if they how they work right now. Oh, this song is actually from someone that's part of the community, because some of the music I have is from local artists. All right. So the thing I was doing here, let's get us a better background. There we go. All right. So I need to store these values. Donna Bricks, what's up? Oh, you can't watch tonight? Oh, that's cool, man. You know, I appreciate you stopping by. We're working on, by the way, I am working on some fixes. So I got the camera shake. I got the camera shake pretty good last time we talked, last stream. The destruction acceleration really doesn't feel like it's working well, but I'm not gonna fiddle with that tonight. But yeah, tonight's just a lot of cleanup. How's things going with you? In fact, I can kind of show you. Good to hear, man. So it's the shake is based off the number of planets you're destroying. So that was a very minor shake. If I can get a chain together, a decently sized chain. So I kind of like it. I kind of think I did okay on that. That was like the least amount of work I did last stream. Yeah, so it's supposed to get more say the word intense as the more plants you're destroying. Oh, you gotta go? All right, man. Well, you take it easy and have a good night. All right, let's see. Okay. Yeah, wait, yeah. I'm not gonna have to find. Really, this isn't level settings. It's almost like level management. But anyway, so we need to capture these and then the other ends. I need something else done.
What seems to happen in the psychedelic state is that when something is positive, it has the potential to be incredibly positive to the extent of being euphoric and ecstatic. But similarly, if something is negative, it has the potential to be quite hellish and dysphoric and frightening.
You're bullshitting me. You're really bullshitting me. Really bullshitting. That can't be true. Impossible.
So I need a strut. That's what I was thinking. So my utilities will hold my level setting values. Then I can tell it which ones to use per level. So I don't have to manually hold the stuff elsewhere and have the issue of when I switch levels, it crashes. Or I can switch levels pretty easily. And then the other values I need. Or objective. I've never used destruction objective, have I? I need to actually test that. Also a good refresher on what I actually have here. I've never used celestial body limit. Core objective. It. Oh, sorry, no, that's a float. Float, 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 float. These are all floats. Okay. I need to also keep if I'm setting the title. We'll come back to that part. Doing something on screen here. Time limited seconds. Right. Which one of these have titles or can have titles? This guy, this guy, yeah. I guess all but one actually. Time limit automatically sets it. So this is the only it's the only one. The rest of these are optional. So they can set the levels type. Oh. And the thing is, only one of these can be true. So that's one thing I gotta manage. Or should I make this in a new trying better? So over again. What's this? Oh, fingers. Oh, yeah, that's right. This is not an option. We're finished with this. We just need to actually have the function to actually set it up. All right, Sneaky, you take it easy and have a good night, man. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. If there's anything you ever want me to check out, let me know, man. I'm always up on the Pixels and Potions Discord. All right, you take it easy, man. Oh, why is she doing that? That's not the way that works. Oh, gotta take a break in a minute here. We'll get done with this. Excuse me. Oh. Hmm. Do more stuff on that. We can put it in there. Just go ahead and point that out. Get to that in a sec. Oh. But we got more work to do here. But we will get to that when we get back. Or when I get back. Couple minutes, guys. All right, we're back. All right, what else we gotta do with this? We gotta apply this stuff now. What happens if we send this? If you send anything, it will be in there, won't it? So if you send any value, so even if you send 0, it's going to set it. Yeah, I really think 0 shouldn't count. Michael? Oh, okay.
Against endless hordes of relentless mist-born evil blight. I know I'll live somehow, and I'll uphold my vow with you now. At my back, my ally.
Which I don't know if I've actually tested that to even know if it works.
All this decay, but we must stay into the fray. We'll be okay, see another day. But as fire
Oops.
pours forth from metal-like dragons, maw happily sing. Crimson red eye up in the sky is a snow white. People must die, not but you and I. No regrets from this threat, I will never forget how I feel. I always knew that when it's true I'd obey. My heart craves you, but I never knew how to say that I will always be your
Did I not put that in?
only rose of May.
Skill challenge.
And I promise you'll never see the loss of me.
Alright. I think that's everything. But now we need to get it. Yeah. Oh no, not get it. We need to actually start the level. In fact, we don't need to even add it. We need to, well, no, we add it. We add, okay, no, right, we get the values. Yeah, I know it. I know. I got it. Well, we're gonna need to make it fit in here. In here, the level number is passed. Here is where it needs to be created for the current level. That's when it needs to be instantiated right here. Actually need to design an actual error system. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. I messed that up. Okay. This is supposed to be going into the struct. I completely messed that up before I left here.
You found me, and I found you. Together, we will pull through. Oh, I wonder if you never found me. Where would you go? And where would I be? Lost in time and lost in space. Someone else then stole. What was your place? But I think if my fate could change, you would be forever here with me. If I could.
Actually, I should have just kept that for later. So rewrite this whole thing. What's up, Mr. Human Limits? How you doing over there? Over on YouTube. Good to hear, man. Good to hear. I got the new background. No, this is actually one of the older ones. I've got a couple of them actually that are newer than that. Let's see. There's Cleveland and Palermo's dead. New York City. Yeah, New York City's dead. New York City 2. Yeah, New York City. And Kansas City and Philadelphia. Yeah. Oh, I got the um the camera shake working pretty good from last time. The accelerated score destruction still doesn't feel right, but I'm leaving that for right now. Now I'm just kind of doing some cleanup and some fixes. Yeah, I'll show it off if I can get a chance to clean this up where stuff is working. I have some strange development with my brother. What's that? It turns out he's been relieving himself into the vents. What? Okay, relieving in what way? And you don't have to be graphic. Like, we're talking about urination or something worse. Okay. Oh, well, that's not good, but okay, peeing is one thing. I mean, can I ask why he would do that? He thought he was only allowed to go to the bathroom once per night? Okay. I don't know what to say about that, man. I mean, like, when I was growing up, like, initially, our bathroom was connected. There was only one bathroom in our house. And it was connected to the main bedroom. So I had to actually go through the main bedroom at night without waking up Ma. And so it was always a struggle, kind of creep around at night, so I'm not actually waking her up. And eventually, she spent the money to have a walkway built, extra like space built behind the room that lets you get to the bathroom. Our room vents are connected. Mr. Human Limits on YouTube says our room vents are connected only so it means my room has been getting peed into. Thank God I had my window open all the time. Oh my goodness, dude. I hope your parents straighten that out, man. That's a terrible thing to be happening. Man. Yeah, they cleared it up with him, and we're having inspectors come on Saturday to see how bad it is. Okay. Yeah, because I would imagine urine is acidic, so yeah. On a brighter note, I animated a 7-segment display. Oh, nice. If you put some pictures up, let me know, man. I'll check it out. That's probably your best animation. Cool, cool. I'll screen record it and send it to you. Once I render it out, I can send it. I can send the final render. Okay, cool. Cool. There we go. Okay, so I tell you something. Oh, it's read only because I don't have anything set on here. Yeah, I might as well just do this the right way, right? Okay, cool. I'll jump on Discord. Oh, complete video. All right. You said you recorded, of course. Oops, let me jump over to the right screen there. Ooh, I like that. Dude, that is a symptom. I like the way that works. It's almost like a cinematic clock countdown. Like if you were looking at that in the game, you would almost get scared that something's going to happen as soon as that clock down happens, or that count up happens, or you're like dealing with some sophisticated machine. How long would it take you to do that? Well, it's an animation, I'm sure, so it doesn't take. You did it all well. Once you got all the rotations done, I'm guessing it was just rotate, rotate, rotate. That's pretty cool, though. Yeah, I spent I spent a while animating it, like 3 times. At first, I just animated it wrong. Then I animated like half of the numbers backwards. Okay. Took about an hour. It's nice work, man. So tell me, do you have any aspirations of getting into game dev? Like, what's your main goal? I mean, I know a lot of this is study for you, in practice of study. But like, what is your like goal? What would you like? Modeling it was the hardest part. Okay, yeah, I can imagine. You want to be a game dev? Okay, all right. Now, are you talking about going to like a program, or are you going to go solo dev or indie dev, or how are you thinking about going about it? I would probably want to work for a company if it's stable, but my dream is to be an indie dev, even if it's not my main job. I feel you on that, man. I feel you on that last part. I used to want to be part of a game dev or indie game dev industry, working for an actual company, and I did a little bit of work, like very little. Like I did some Q&A stuff for was it Red Storm? Is Red Storm even still around? It was one of the Rainbow Six games. I was like a temp Q&A. Yeah, they're still around. I just don't never hear about them anymore. But yeah, that trying to get into the industry for a while just really didn't work for me. And I just at this point in my life, I don't want to work for anybody, but you know, in general or game dev. But yeah, man, that's good. I like where your head's at. Keep doing what you're doing and making a portfolio of what you're doing. If you don't mind me asking, why the detail on your chest clipping through the because the way that so I had it made on Fiverr, and he didn't make it a texture, he made it its own what you call it, primitives. They're separate primitives that are just parented. I would have rather him make it a texture if I had known any better. But then it would also be kind of stretching. But also, I would like to get my I would like to actually get my get a new model done one day, get a new avatar done one day. But not anytime soon now. Because what I wanted to do, here's what I really wanted to do. I wanted to have like you know what an oscilloscope is? I think that's the right word. Where it shows sound. Like instead of that mouth, I would rather have like a screen with my with the oscilloscope of my mouth move, like the oscilloscope of my sound. You can have the avatar I made. Well, I think it has to be made a certain way. I know it has to be rigged. I know that much. I appreciate the offer though, I do, but it has to be rigged a certain way for the avatar to work, and I don't know how it has to be built. But I appreciate the offer. Okay, I might be able to make a model that is fit for that idea. I mean, if you ever want to get into VTuber is kind of big right now, getting big. If you ever want to like make models for VTubers, you could probably find like work doing that. Like, I mean, I don't know how old you are. You don't have to tell me, but like I know people that charge, or I've known people, or let's say I've known sellers that charge thousands of dollars for their models. It's ridiculous. I think it's overpriced actually, because I had this guy made for $100. And like I said, it's not everything I wanted in the model, but it's fine for what I needed it. Yeah, I think that's a bit much too. The oscilloscope would have been like, I'd have to develop that part. Yeah, almost definitely, dude. Like, I think Thor from Pirate Software was talking about how it's gouge pricing. And I agree, like paying thousands of dollars for a model is ridiculous. Or paying $1,000 to get into VTubing is ridiculous. I did it with $100 in my own time and energy. And again, it's not everything I wanted, but like my model, like it does almost everything I wanted to do. Like if I put my hands up right now, he puts his hands up. And if I take my hands away, he goes back to typing. My head movement's good, and I can put different animations on it. I can jam a little bit. Yeah. You know, if I learned how to V-rig move tiles, I would definitely consider selling models. Yeah, dude. I mean, it's a good side hustle at least if you can do it. I see it as a viable side hustle. I don't know. Hey, like my model is a good starter model in my opinion. Eventually I'm going to upgrade it, but I haven't even decided what I want if I'd upgraded it.
Is now controlling you, but they're more pop looking on the spot. Got the heads bopping like the jack in the box. We're gonna drop the guillotine right from the top. So when it reaches your head, it'll cut it clean off. Make your way to the dance floor. Don't waste no time. Don't even waste no time. Make your way to the dance floor. Don't waste no time. Don't even waste no time. Go.
Okay, so now that I've got everything almost set up, one sec. No, okay, yeah, I got everything I need set up. So now that everything should be working, I can actually take a break and actually show you what I've done so far. Gouge pricing totally sucks, but it's hard. What's hard about it is that it's so normalized that it's hard to stand against it and make any actual change. Yeah, true, exactly. That's exactly why it was Thor was talking about it, because it is what's a good way to put it? It's a scam. I mean, yeah, it's a scam. What they're doing right now is charging these guys that want to get into VTubing like thousands of dollars to do it. Now, if you want some sophisticated setup, like you want a full body like control, yeah, sure, you're gonna pay some money. But most VTubers, let me adjust my mic for a second. Okay, here we go. Most VTubers are not doing full body. Nowhere near it. And I could actually do full body if I really wanted to like get into it. I actually looked into doing full body with this avatar, and I could, but I'd have to sit here and be wearing a VR headset and these sensors on my arms and legs, and I just didn't want to do that for a regular stream. And I could still probably do it without that. Realize that you are over. Yeah, and this is a small game, dude. My other game is well over this. The main game is well over this. Yeah, the amount of money you have to put in for motion capture is insane. Yeah, oh yeah, dude. If you want to like go all out and have a full body like suit, yeah, I looked at it. You're paying thousands of dollars for that. That makes sense. You're gonna go all out like that, but most people aren't doing that. Or if they're trying to do that, they're going too far. You're not what's her name? Iron Mouse. Anybody that thinks they're gonna just come out and be Iron Mouse is ridiculous. So just real quick, the camera shake is based on how many planets you destroy. So it gets more intense the more planets. So you saw a little bit of it there. Now I'll build a string and see if I can build a very long string here, or chain. I know someone who made their own motion capture mock-up by just recording themselves at 4 different angles and trying to line it up on each frame. It's interesting workaround, but wasn't as good. Yeah, no, you can totally do it yourself. You can DIY it, because I looked into it and there's actual setups that let you do that. Because the setup I told you about with the VR, I followed the thing online, and I made the wrist and the hand straps with cardboard, with printed it was printed QR codes onto cardboard that I strapped to my arms and legs, and then I had the camera out, and the camera was running the software, the free open source software, and it was doing it. My only issue with that is, of course, wearing a VR headset all the time and positioning the camera properly. You know, and then the setup is a little bit much. But if you're doing it for free, you're gonna have to just deal with that. We're also kind of testing here the animated slowdown, or the destruction acceleration, actually. I've expanded the first level to its full size now. It's pretty interesting area. It has pretty interesting areas, but consistently detailing it is very tedious. Yeah, I can imagine. I've not been big on level design, so I can only imagine the level of detail guys have to get into for that. The guys that do that have to get into. Because if I make a game with levels, like actual real world, game world levels, I would probably rather do it procedurally generated, kind of like what I did with the main game. There you go. Yeah. Let's see this acceleration go. The acceleration is so slow. Yeah, I still don't like that acceleration. All right. Yeah. All right. Let's get back to this so we can fix our levels. Wait to finish. Let's see, chain count, chain count. Yeah, I should make those optional. Except this one. Level type is going to be chain. Should I set that at all? Also, this destroyer. I misspelled it everywhere. Like I say at work, they don't pay me to spell. I think I need this. A little bit of over engineering. Objective. So, smaller. You learned how to animate the 7 display from his video. Okay, I'm gonna miss something. Okay, there's a Blender guy I watch called Polyford. I feel like I know that name. He's very talented and he makes cool stuff. I learned how to animate the 7 segment display from his videos. Cool, man. That's what I tell people too. Like, you know, I'm pretty active on Reddit, and there's always this question about how do you get into game dev, and I'm just like, you just learn. I mean, unless you're trying to get into a company, I mean, you're. If the question is non-specific about how do you get into game dev, it's just go learn. If it's specific, like you want to get into specific companies, that's a different question. But yeah, but people think it's some kind of weird thing they have to do, or college they have to go to, and there are college classes for this stuff, of course, and college degrees. But I'm pretty sure to get into game dev, they're looking for talent. So you just kind of keep learning and growing your skills. You can have a shot at it, and making a portfolio, of course, and trying to get your name out there, doing some work and stuff. All right. The other guy I watch is Thomas Winsky. I don't know if that's right, but he makes surreal effects and sound design. Okay. Yeah, there's a guy I used to watch for effects that was really good called Smith, something like that. I can't remember I can't remember it off the top of my head, but he was really good. But the thing is, I didn't want to get deep into effects. Yeah. No, if I can remember that guy's name, I'll post it because he was really good. Chain. Objective, so that's 0. No problem with that. He's a Russian guy. Okay. Tomasz Werniskowski. Okay, cool, cool. I probably will check him out because I really need to. I always like to see people who are good at their craft. It always impresses me. And then I sit there and be watching it thinking I try to do the same thing and it looks like garbage, but it's a good one. It's usually a good way to learn something. Use of unassigned local variable. Chain limit, objective 1,000. Oh, score objective. Chain count. Okay. Oh, what that was earlier. Taft, what's up, my man? How's it going tonight? Mr. Limit says his best videos are, in my opinion, are over my dead body, and I went too far with smear frames. So tell me about yourself, Taft, man. I feel like I know that name. It's not coming to me right now. This is Unity. Right now the game is probably a little bit broken because of the way I'm doing stuff, but how fast I can get this working. Yeah, but this is an arcade game called not Gravitas. That was the old name. The new name is Celestial Crash. Actually, I can show you the page for it. Because right now I'm fixing some things, so it's pretty much broken. You just saw the stream or recommendation and thought you looked interesting. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. I'm glad YouTube is actually putting me out there. So this is the game itself right here. As you see, you're creating chains of what I call celestial bodies. Oh, in fact, I can just show you the video. And so you create and destroy chains of planets to get multipliers and points. And you can do things like use gravity to get extra, to make them rotate and get extra points out of them. You can pull them around, of course. And see, that's a synchronous orbit, so they'll get more points for you. And you can just get into all types of crazy stuff. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. That's my current game. Oh, that's what I'm currently working on right now. I have another game that I was working on, which is a turn-based MOBA. That one right now, I'm going back to. I'm working on the. I got to go back and work on the net code for it, but I had this working at one point, where it had the arena and everything. Yeah. That's what I'm doing right now. And tonight I'm fixing up a bunch of stuff. So right now it's not going to be working until I actually get that stuff fixed. But I am on my way to getting that done. So Taff, tell me about yourself, man. What's going on? Are you game dev? Limit. Score. More of an engine dev, all right. You work with OpenGL and Vulkan. And when okay, all right. Do you have anything like, what have you done with it so far, by the way? What I was gonna ask. Chain limit. I think that's right. You made your own game engine, not ready to make games yet, but got some features. What features? See, the thing about the guys that make the game engines is that there's always some. I'm stuck on skeletal animation right now. Okay, gotcha. It's usually because they have like this insane game idea, or at least they want somebody else. They want somebody to make this insane game idea or be capable of making the insane game idea, and so they build a specific engine for it. I don't know if that's what's going on with you, or if that's your deal. But I'm usually fascinated by the people who are making the game engines out there, because they're usually like some crazy idea, like what was it? What game was it that they made their own engine so like everything can interact with everything? It's a 2D game. And I can't remember off the top of my head. I don't think it wasn't Darkest Dungeon. It was another one. Like Noita or something. I can't remember off the top of my head. But very cool that you guys can get into that. I actually did try to build my own engine years and years ago in Java FX. Didn't go too well though. I spent like a couple years on it and it never really worked well. To be honest, all my game ideas can be done in current engines, but I find that Unreal and Unity have a lot of bloat that I really don't like. True. I've actually said on this stream that Unity feels like a bunch of tools strapped together. And from what I understand of Unreal, like the program is just so you can get in between, you can kind of link together blueprints, because it's all just blueprint, really blueprint based. So I've done Godot myself. I think Godot is fantastic for 2D. It gets out of your way for 2D. I've not done 3D, and I kind of wonder about its 3D capabilities, but Godot seems really great for 2D. You know, when I'm making my own game engine, I just add the tools I need as I need them. Yeah, but I'm guessing you integrate them properly where I don't think Unity does. I think Unity kind of smacks them together and hope that they work properly, or they band-aid them together, because sometimes things just don't work like you think they're supposed to. True, Unity kind of lumps everything together. Yeah, exactly. I think they're getting better about it. I have not tried the newest version 6. I hear it's pretty good. I think it's they're finally trying to get their stuff together. Okay. Next, I need to integrate the new stuff into my level setup. So are you programming in C++, right? Tapped. C or C++, actually. Yeah, you C++. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I wrote my netcode. Well, I will say this. I love the power C++ gives me. It also creates the biggest headaches I've ever had in programming. Because you miss one thing and you could just kill, like, you could kill your hard drive. You could kill, like, you know, if you miss a pointer. The worst thing is when it just crashes and you don't know why. Because you've got a pointer, an invalid pointer, or you've got you're accessing a memory that doesn't exist anymore. Well, that's an invalid pointer, really. But yeah, you can bone yourself pretty hard with the memory management in C++. And C was worse. I did C when I first, early on in my career, my actual programming career, and it was so much more hands-on. I'm sure it's more powerful and give you more capability, but when I need to get like low level, C++ is where I kind of ended. Definitely lots of errors that are incomprehensible in C. Yeah, exactly. C++. Yeah, exactly. That's why I stopped with the netcode, because I had the main game I was working on, I wrote my own netcode. And so I had an open source project and everything. And it worked really well until I tried to optimize it. And I started having like memory leaks and crash errors that I couldn't figure out. And I was just like, I was sitting here for weeks trying to figure it out. And I was realizing I'm never gonna get this game done if I'm sitting here like trying to figure out what's going on with this netcode. So I just dumped it. And now I'm gonna try to integrate with Steam before I continue on with development. Oh, the best story I've heard with the C++, and well, not best. It's kind of a messed up story. But a guy I used to work with, he was writing in C++, and he wanted to delete a file, or he wanted to delete a directory or something. And then he tested it, and something started going wrong with his computer. What happened was he didn't set the location of the file properly, so it defaulted to the root, and it started deleting his root drive, everything on his root drive. That's the type of nightmares you can get into with C if you're not C++ if you're not careful, and C as well. Oh no, yeah, that's not that's not good. Exactly. So here's where we're setting up the list of levels. I need a new way to get this because this isn't going to exist anymore. This doesn't need to exist anymore. So first, okay, now how we're going to get our list of levels. Really, all we need is just the count of current levels. Oops. Jump somewhere else. Let's go hang out here for a little bit. All right. Needs a title. Mr. Human Limits on YouTube says I added a few more guns to the game. Now we have a Reeker rail gun, a shield gun, and some more unique ones. All right. So it sounds like it's coming along, man. So maybe we move this out of this class. Because am I using this anywhere else? One of them shoots 3 bullets at once, which is pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, let's get this out of here. Oh, Coward Smiles on YouTube. What's up, man? It's good to see you again. What you up to tonight? Oh, editing video. What are you editing? Wish we was gamedev. That's literally how I feel when I edit my videos, dude. For real. Like I'm like, I know I need to do this, but I'd really rather be doing some development. I'd rather be working on my games than working on the videos. Just some TikToks for a client. Let me see. Can you, when you get a chance, can I look at your work? Because I've actually been thinking about it lately. And here's the thing that's kind of come to me. And before anybody stops me, let me kind of finish what I'm going to say. I suck at content creation. Now, I see streaming as separate from content creation, but I suck at content creation. I did a self-evaluation, and I was like, okay, I'm a pretty good software engineer. Like 20 years experience, I'm doing pretty good. As a game dev, I'm learning. I'm on my journeyman path. You know, I'm becoming a fairly decent game dev. Streaming, same thing. I'm on my journeyman's path. I'm becoming a decent streamer. I am sucking wind at content creation, man. Like the stuff I make just does not get any traction on any platform. And really the biggest issue with it is because I just don't spend any time on it, because I'd rather be, like you say, I'd rather be game deving. And honestly, I'd rather be doing a bunch of things than editing videos, but I do enjoy the creation of the videos. I just don't like the editing. It seems like the editing takes forever. And editing is super easy. To me, editing is super easy, but it just takes so much time. In some minutes, Coward Smile says, in some minutes I could, yeah, but I'd beg you not to be proud of it. I beg you not to think I'm proud of it. Oh, okay. No, dude, I just want to see it. Because I wouldn't mind, like, getting some pointers. Yeah, I've been slowly de-emphasizing the content creation of the stuff I work on outside of like promoting the games and stuff like that. Even though I've still got some stuff I need to actually put out. Like there's definitely some videos. I've got videos lined up that I had been meaning to put out that I actually said I was going to do, and I haven't done them. And they're for people's games. Because one of the things I was doing was I was playing people's games, just promote them on the stream and stuff. I was doing a game night, and I would play their games, and I told them I would make video out of their games, and I still haven't done it yet. Mr. Miller says, do you know the popular kids platform Scratch? I've only heard of it. I think did you speak of it the other night? Because that's I feel like the first time I heard of it was on stream. Well, what's up? What's up with Scratch? I made a live chat for a platform on it once for my chess for my class. Oh, since we weren't allowed to use any other platforms. Okay, good. And the thing is, I'm actually glad they're letting you like build things out there, you know, in the wild that you can show people. That's a great benefit to be able to add to your portfolio. Editing itself is something easy. Yes, I was saying, yeah, you can kind of just watch an example of whatever you want to do and figure it out. Yeah, no, the editing part, I don't feel like the editing part is hard. It's just the time it takes, and then you have to remember, okay, what's a good transition? How do you minimize wasted? You don't want to waste people's time. You want to keep a flow of it and all that stuff. The hard part is doing it quickly and minimizing layers and stuff like that, and take a long time to render. Yeah, I just find the composition of making good content is what I have a problem with. Like the actual making of it is not hard. It's time consuming, but it's not hard. Miss Human Limit says, but other than that, the platform is basically digging its own grave by over censoring and pushing popular creators off the platform. I think you spoke about that before, because I remember you saying that. Yeah, I'm not familiar. I do know what's going on with the Roblox stuff though. And they're getting sued. They're getting their butts sued off because of like having child predators on the platform and not really doing a good job of getting those guys off. Yeah, I feel like we talked about it before because I went and looked at the site after you mentioned it. Yeah, Roblox is nuts. That being said, I know somebody who makes good money off Roblox. Like, they make legit money off Roblox as a developer. Because I had thought about jumping on there too, and I was like, probably not a good idea. Plus, I don't want to be pinned down to one platform. Okay. All right, Mr. Human Limits. Okay, I was transferring the title to this object. Chaos Mouse says, I don't know how it hasn't already with the Predator stuff. Yeah, I would have taken it down when they started extracting money from children. Yeah, I mean, that's one thing, like, but Roblox is not alone in being predatory about taking money from children. Like, that's not, like, that's a bigger problem with the entire industry of kids games, is that it can be incredibly predatory on kids that are just trying to find like entertainment. The child predator stuff, that's a whole nother level. Because the story I heard about was like the stuff they put in to that they've been really slow in like trying to deal with any of it. To the point that there's vigilantes on there trying to catch guys, and there's one guy that got kicked off the platform for being a vigilante and trying to find these guys. But from what the way it's told, like essentially they're out there trying to bait people into exposing themselves as child predators. So you can imagine they're just people trying to play that game, and you got child predators on one side trying to find, trying to mess around that stuff. Can someone drop a link to that itch page so I can follow? Oh, I will. So you got, people, you got just people trying to play, and on one side you got child predators, and on the other side you got vigilantes trying to get the child predators. That platform sounds crazy. There you go, man. Thank you for the follow ahead of time. I'll drop it over here too. Okay, we're transferring stuff in here, which means we need some simple functions for this. Yeah. Now I really need to not do it this way and do it through helper function. So I need to change this. Well, I'm gonna give it some parameters. Jeez. You know what? I'm just going to steal those functions. Why am I even? Oh, you're Renox on YouTube. Thanks for the follow, man. How you doing tonight? Oh, well, are you a game dev as well? It's good to hear you're doing well. Oh, I'm there with you, man. I'm due to stream after a full day of work, so I'm right there with you. Quantum MC Yeet. I know that name. You've been in here before. You've been here before. Yeah, you've been here before. Okay, gotcha. But I don't think we've talked that much. So feel free to tell me about yourself, man, because like I said, I think you've been here before, but I don't think we've talked a lot. I need to figure out. We don't need this. Oops, didn't mean that. Your game dev making a multiplayer game. Okay, what type of multiplayer game? Oh, whoops, actually, I need that. You haven't figured out the genre on Steam? Okay, all right. What type of game would you be interested in making, and what's your engine of choice? As I was showing earlier, I have my own multiplayer game as well, Infernal Arena, which is like a turn-based MOBA. Unity, okay. What multiplayer package are you using? Are you using something like Net Objects? Is it Net Objects, or there's a couple of I know there's a couple Unity has, and there's a couple outside like Fishnet, which I know another streamer that's using Fishnet. Steam. Oh, you're doing Steam networking because that's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm doing with Infernal Arena. Is I'm going to the Steam networking as well. Yeah, so I'm doing the same thing. Oh, cool, cool, cool. Are you doing peer to peer? Okay. Yeah, mine is definitely going to be server to client. So what type of game would you want to make though? Are you going to change the full time? Okay, and make it work with Steam. All right. Or networking like FPS or horror. Okay. First person horror FPS. Huh. That would be interesting. Multiplayer horror has always been fascinating to me. Like something like, are you talking about like something like Dead by Daylight where you're having like your group play against like a killer, or are you talking about like, what was it? There's one of those games where you're playing and I can't remember the name, but you're playing as a team against the environment. Oh, Phasmophobia. Okay, gotcha. Phasmophobia. Gotcha. All right. That wasn't the game I was thinking about, but that actually is kind of like, that actually is one that I missed in my thought process. Or Repo. Okay. Repo's more on the fun side than the horror, but there's definitely some scares in there. This is, I was just talking to Mr. Human Limits about this. This is nothing compared to my other one, to my other project, to my other game. Like 3,000 lines is nothing. I mean, I won't say it's nothing, but like the other project is. Let me bring up that project. Let me actually see. And it has two parts. That has a client and a server, client in the game. Why is this like this? Why is it acting like it's? What are you doing? Wait a minute. What are you doing? Stop. Stop. Why do you act like this isn't safe? Okay. So this is just the main file. The controller. Well, that's ain't much in there. That's 1,500 in here. The player controller got to be big. Yes, that's there. You have a script of 700 lines. Okay. The utilities has got to be big. Yeah. Well, utilities not that bad. Okay. So maybe I'm talking about my butt. The processor isn't that bad. That's 3,000. Yeah. But yeah, so I've got a couple in here that are about 3,000 lines. And then there's a separate client as well. Yeah, I've been working on this for, let's see, well, I would say about a year, like in actual time. Okay, what isn't saved in here? Ready to almost save it. Oops. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on here. Sure. Hopefully I didn't just destroy something. But I would say like in actual time, I've been working on that game. So I spent a year prototyping Infernal Arena. It wasn't Infernal Arena then, but I spent a year prototyping it to see if the idea could actually work in Unity. And then I've spent another year or so working on it before I got to this point. And then I started working this, the longest you've ever written is 1,000 lines. But this one, I look back, I started working on this game because I told somebody I've been working on this game for 6 months. This game currently, Celestial Crash, 6 months. And, but I look back and I actually started working on it in March of 24. But I've only worked on it on stream, pretty much. So I still say I've only been working on this for 6 months. Because there's whole months I didn't work on this game at all on stream. Oh, you were working on it for 3.5 years? Okay, okay. I'm probably more like going on 2. And I'm still kind of a novice. Working on a project for more than okay. Gotcha. Wait a minute. You put it on a USB and you can't find it? I mean, sorry, I'm scratching this out of my head. Not because of that, because my head's actually itching. Basically, it's somewhere in my house. Wow, how long has it been lost? I mean, what you're describing is my nightmare. Oh, a week. Okay. So you just kind of need to backtrack to where you lost it. Okay. But I literally wrote a whole script because I was so scared of losing my code for these games that will back it up. My baby's nephew probably lost it. Oh, okay. But yeah, I back up all my files to my phone, because I don't even want it going on like GitHub because of all the scraping and data that happens. I don't even trust making it private. Okay, man, you take it easy and have a good night, Mr. Euronics. I hope I said that right. Appreciate the hang. Oh. So Cal Smiles asks, what is the state of the game right now? The game is headed towards demo. I would say I am about 70% quote unquote done. Actually, let's bring up the list. I have a list of what I need to do to get the demo. Okay. We got collision detection done, kind of. I want to get it tested to see how people will react to it. I rewrote the scoring system. I did the shadings and the lighting. Shaders and the lighting. And redid the game UI, but I kind of don't like it. So maybe question mark on that. Maybe we'll see. Maybe revisit it. Next, I have to do the menu, the pause menu and settings. But let me see what's decided on boss attacks. I'm not going to spoil it, but I think they're pretty unique. Oh, cool. Next, I got to do the pause and settings menu, but I've taken a break and just did some effects and doing some fixes. So we'll get back to that in a second. This is probably going to take a second because I really want to have some features in there for accessibility and some informational features. Then I got to do a tutorial level. I'm going to use my avatar to do that and just have him like guide you through like how to do certain things in a tutorial level. Then I got to figure out what my starting levels for the demo are going to be and set those up. I'm trying to find somebody else to do the music and sound effects, but I've been having a time with that. The guy I talked to about it some time ago. I can't get in touch with him. The local game dev group I'm a part of, I put the word out there because they have college students who are in game dev programs. I figured, with the state of the industry, you'd want like some experience on your resume, but nobody's bitten on that. So, and then I talked to you might go, okay, well, take it easy, man. Have a good night. Thanks for the hang. Appreciate that, man. I also talked to someone in a professional who's in who's part of a group I'm in, and they've got too much to do. They got a lot to do already, so they didn't have any bandwidth. So my next thing is to look on Fiverr, which I really don't want to do because that's always a hassle to do. And I could either come out really good or come out really bad. And then the game cover in win-loss screens, I want an artist to do that, but I have to figure out, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Carol Smile says, yeah, young people these days are extremely suspect and have any kind of work that doesn't get them paid. No, it was going to be paid. I pay for my work. I don't do shared revenue or I do paid and I do exposure, I guess you call it. Some people just offer exposure, like they'll get their name in the game or something. No, I want to give you a little bit of money, but you will also like give me the rights to whatever's done. Like that the work will belong to me. But I also will give you exposure in the game by putting your name out there as in the game somewhere, which will probably be the pause menu, will probably be credits. But yeah, even offering to pay, I'm not really getting a lot of, and I don't just say I'll pay, but like if anybody would ask, I would tell them like it is a paid thing. But yeah. So my next stop is Fiverr on that. The game cover and the win-loss screens, I want somebody else to do that, and I'll come back around to that I'll cross that bridge when we come to it. So the only real things that need to be done are these three, or for me to do are these three to get the demo. So that's where we're at. I think we're 70% done. Things are going kind of well. Coward Smiles says, Tap says first, how often do you stream? Right now it's about 2 times a week. I want to do more. I don't know if I can though, because my schedule is kind of busy outside of streaming. but I try to do at least Monday is my official stream. Wednesday is kind of like, or later in the week. So usually on Wednesday is kind of like the second stream. Coward Smile says, what I typically see in your situation is that you have a programmer art in the game. You have programmer art in the game for a pretty long time until it's done enough work to show that you have enough something worth being a part. Yeah, that's exactly what I've done here. Honestly, I've used so it's a mixture, right? This game I made this game 10 years ago in XNA, and all the images are from that game. Tap says, I'll see if I can drop by on Monday then. Okay, cool, man. I appreciate the hang anytime. So, Coward, what I was saying, Coward Smiles, what I was saying is, the artwork in the game is 10 years old from the original game. Because I built this game over 2 years ago I built this game over 2 years, 10 years ago in XNA, and then that went away. So I just dropped the game. But I brought now when I'm remaking it in Unity, I brought the assets over to Unity. I have been using AI generated images for the win-loss screens, but I will replace those like you were saying, I'm going to replace those before we get the demo. Because I don't believe in using like AI generated stuff in paid stuff. I just don't. I don't see. Anyway, that's just my feeling on it. It's good for placeholders and it's good for prototyping, but I'm not going to have the AI generate stuff in the game for demo or the paid application or whatever. So that's where we are. 3 more things before we can get the demo. Well, 3 things and 2 outliers before we can get the demo. And we're kind of headed there. I feel like if things kind of work out, we can get the demo close to the end of the year. That's my long kind of breakdown of where we're at. I don't know if you wanted all that information, but she said that. Charles Morales says it's chill. I mostly is asking about what's being programmed, but it's still interesting. What I'm doing right now is I'm applying some fixes, because one of the things that was happening was if I finish a level and try to go to another level, the settings were still the same, and it would crash when I tried to make some changes to things that couldn't be set, that I couldn't set after the fact. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. So the game is kind of broken right now. Though I don't know if you saw earlier, or it's probably before you got here, before I made these changes. I had I was showing like tons in them the screen shake, because I really liked what I did with the screen shake. The screen shake works in my opinion, works pretty well. That was from the last stream, and then the other thing I did in that stream was the accelerated destruction, which I don't think works too well, but I'll circle back around to that later. What's the value I'm looking for here? What is chain limit? I feel like I'm going to have to go back and redo these. These are the objectives for the game. I feel like they're going to need to be updated. 'Cause I don't know if things like celestial body limits make any sense. As an object, or as a limit to an objective. I have to think about it. Oh, wait a minute. Did I break this unnecessarily? Okay, I copied them. Okay, just making sure. All right. I didn't do anything to get them. Really wish sometimes the idea was stop trying to help me. All that just to get the title. Oh, wait a minute. Is that still a thing? I don't think we need that anymore. Oh, actually, yeah, we do. That should fix that. Well. Break the title. Hold that for a second. Okay, there we go. Anyway. Oops. That. Can we get this game working again tonight? That's my goal. I want to see if I can get the game working and see if it fixes the level problem. The level switch problem. And I'm doing it in the next 20 minutes or it ain't getting done. All right. What? Fine. Green 0. It's not the level settings. It's what did I call it? Oh, it's in utilities. That's why I call it anything. Okay, everything looks like it's not errored out anymore. All right. Oh, okay. Countsmouth on YouTube asks, what are your plans after this game comes out? So if you're talking about demo, I want to see the response first before I decide what I want to do. If it's popular, which I doubt, honestly, because most people's games die. The first game they make on Steam usually dies and they go away. But if it's popular, I will look at adding leaderboards and multiplayer. Player versus player. And if it continues to be popular, I will keep adding levels. That's the only plans I have so far, and doing some updates, of course, because I feel like some of the things the ways I program it are not great, and then the assets can be improved upon and all that stuff. So that type of stuff will come depending on the popularity of the game. But yeah, leaderboards, at least multiplayer or more levels, depending on how the response is. But depending on the response, the game will be expanded upon. But I don't get great response, and it's just going to end up being what it is, sitting on the Steam and itch store. It's sitting on Steam and itch just for people to try out. Okay, let's actually see if this worked. It's it again. Okay, all right. Wait a minute. Oh, no. We've already got failure. They all say time trial. Because I messed this up. Ooh, I didn't go back and fix that. I think I remember the way it was. I think I changed this function. Didn't mean to. Oh no, that's not the original. Good. Okay. All right. Let me do that. Okay. And it skipped every other one. That's new. Okay. How did that happen? Oh. Didn't work. Okay, all the levels are there. No, skip the odd ones. I mean, the even ones. Weird. Okay. 10 more minutes. We got 10 more minutes. See what we can do. See if we can get this working. I'm gonna call it. After that, I'm gonna call it for the night. Oh, I see why. Didn't need to increment it anymore. That at least fixed that problem, but it's still, we're still missing, gonna be missing information for some reason. Okay, so that fixed that. Now why are we not showing information? Automatically lose. Oh, that works. Okay, so those levels work. And it didn't crash. So we at least fixed the problem. We just created other problems. Headset, good grief. Only the time trials have their This must always be false for some reason. It'd be just a mismatch and maybe. Nope, it wasn't it either. It should be the first time this is not set. but it's here. That's the problem. Oh, this is always false. And this is not set at all, is it? Ah, makes sense. Oh. Right, that's always false. Okay. Let me this. Because with the other one, it's the first one that sets it unless there's an override. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yes, nope. All right. It should work like the other one, but I can't. Wait a minute, why am I getting the title from the other one? Why does it need to have a title? Still using this. Actually, it doesn't need to. Yeah, I can see rid of that. Fix this guy. These guys. What time is it? Oh man. Alright, this is the very last thing we're doing. What happened? Oh, it must have hit it again. Or something. All right, there we go. Okay. Yeah, score. Destroy middle. Okay, that's not right. This is correct. This is not correct. And this is correct. And I automatically lose. All right. We'll figure that out next time. I want to thank everybody who came through. And much appreciated, man. It's kind of blowing up around here and it's a little bit much, but I'm glad for it. Let's see who all came through here. Thank you to Green Coder, Ton of Bricks, Sneaky Lefuslo. I'm not even sure how to say that. Sorry, my dude. And Unemployed Application, Gay Bland, Miss Human Limits, Tapped, Coward Smiles, Urinox. I think that's everybody. It's going to get to the point where I am not just going to be able to do this at the end anymore, but I thank everybody. But it'll be a good problem to have. Anyway, I will probably be back next Monday. So until then, y'all stay safe, be cool, make games or whatever you do, and I will see you next time.